think we got it. What's up? What's up? Oh, let me clean my stuff. Okay, I got this. What's up? What's up? Let me see if there's audio on Twitch. Let me see if there is, and if there's audio on YouTube. Got this. Is there? What's up? It is. Okay. We have audio everywhere. That's great. That is great. Hi y'all. Let me turn off the notifications. And I'm here. Hi, my name is Alderolzo. I'm a game developer, almost 10 years in the game business. These streams are dedicated to learning things that I do outside of my regular work. I am employed as a gameplay programmer, so I want to reach out to other stuff like tech art things or art things or design topics, etc., etc. And today I wanted to go deeper a little bit into water plugging and how I could use it for PCG. Basically, I am creating a small scene in PCG that is supposed to test like a couple of workflows. I wanted to see if I would be able to make such logic that would treat y-axis. Maybe I will write it, use my trusty paint to quickly explain what I did and what I need right now and what I want to explore today. So, and my tablet is off. No, I'm holding it wrong. Yeah, so I did like a quick PCG scene because I wanted to see if it is possible to. If I have the world looking top down, here's my x-axis, here's my y-axis, and I will treat y equals 0 as an equator minus x. Will I be able to calculate temperature going from equator north and south and calculate temperature going from 50 degrees to minus 20 to the North Pole and the same minus 20 to the South Pole, and create like a couple of biome zones dependent on temperature, hi, Dexterowski, hi! Dexterowski says, hi, I am not at work today. I decided not to go because I want to watch the stream. Oh shit! Oh shit, I'm honored. Man, I hope you won't get in trouble because of this. How are you doing? How's the day treating you? How was your weekend? Yeah, so I created like a quick scene when I have like a deserty area. Maybe I will increase my pen size. It's not working out. A deserty area near the equator, then like a tropical area, moderate temperature zone, and of course subpolar zone. I created a PCG with that. That's great. Then I experimented with using the height information. So at the same time, when I'm choosing whether I'm spawning something on the mountains, highlands, or in the plains, This is, whoa, this is z-axis, of course. And this can be whatever, really. Let's say, for example, x-axis. So I'm spawning based on temperature, and I'm spawning based on height, right? Above sea level. Right? And that's all nice and dandy, but I want to spawn some water in here and maybe include that information into my spawning. So near water there will be a little bit different biome than far from water. And maybe I will come up with some logic to spawn water in a specific places. So for example, right on the equator when the desert is, there will be no water, but in the tropical land the water constantly it constantly rains and the water evaporates, etc., etc. In the moderate there will be more rivers and lakes, etc., etc. And I also want to see, because the water plugins have been in Unreal for some time, I want to see what's going on with them. Look at some couple of plugins, couple of examples, etc., etc. I just wanted to see if there is a workflow to be found in order to use water plugin in PCG. Dexterowski answers to my question, whether will he get in trouble for not being at work today. No, I am working as Uber Glovo delivery shit and also creating content to YouTube, so I am very on my own. It's all good, thanks for asking. Oh, okay, okay. So you're on your own, having your own business basically. Nice, nice. Dexterowski asks, do you want to use water plugin from Epic? Yes, exactly. I want to use water plugin from Epic. I want to see how it works out. Is it ready? Is there something that obviously crashes, etc.? Like, I want to explore this today because I only saw demos, but I never used it on my own. So I wanted to see first the examples, look at how they were built, maybe look through documentation and you know, try to set up something on my own, and then gaining that knowledge, I will try to see if I can hook it up to PCG and use it there. So first things first, water plugins. I already turned that on before stream, so I can restart the engine easily. There is already something that connects PCG plugin with water. There is some interop plugin, interoperations. I'm curious what that is. I turned on regular water, water extras, which from what I understand contains samples, test maps, etc., etc. For now, there is an annotation that is not intended to be used directly in the shipping product, which means that the way that they set it up is not suitable for released games, right? Dexterowski says, the most bugged thing is water body custom actor. The rest is okay, I think. The rest I think is okay. Okay, good to know, good to know. Body custom actor. Okay, okay, so I see you had some experience with the Epic's water plugin. So I get that the most problematic is the water body custom actor. Damn, I was counting on that one because, you know, I hear the name water body custom actor, I'm thinking, damn, I can do custom shit with it. And there is water advanced plugin that has no description, so I don't know what is there. We'll see, even if it is connected to all of this stuff, or maybe this is some like old school leftover from Unreal Engine 4. We'll see. Right now, let me maybe close all my windows with the PCG stuff and my materials. Oh, and my monitor is acting up. Give me a sec. Okay, we're here. Let's go into a content drawer and let's look for the example. If y'all can't see this engine plugins folder, what needs to be clicked is, of course, settings, in the content drawer or content browser and show engine content, show plugin content. And that way we get access to all this stuff. Let's search for water plugins. We have water extras, water advanced, and just water content. Water content just features basics. Let's look through water extras because they said that it has samples, maps, water test map. Let's turn that on. Dexterowski says, yeah, I had some bad times to get working, for example, underwater post-process material in water body custom, but I am curious how it will turn out for you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that they have, at least documentation claimed that it's supposed to be kind of automatic, that you just put your camera below the water level and it automatically turns on, but I figured that probably there is some more to set up there. We'll see. Oh my god. This map doesn't really look well. Okay, lightning needs to be built for this map. They don't use dynamic lightning. Shit. This has to be some old map. Build lightning only. What's swarm connection? I don't want to have swarm connection. I don't have swarm build. Okay. Oh, it disappeared. Okay, lightning build completed. I don't need this. But I don't see light. Apply now. I haven't worked with baked lightning system in such a long time. I only been using dynamic lightning. But I'm surprised that it demanded it. That they didn't update the example to use dynamic lightning. But okay. I wonder if this water plugin can even work with dynamic lightning. I hope so, because modern workflow usually is done with the dynamic lightning, lumen and stuff. Unless you're building for like Nintendo Switch or something like that. Okay, and it still doesn't really look good in any particular way, but okay. We have some player start, great. Oh, okay. Dexterowski says it can work with dynamic lights. Okay, good to know. Because I was scared for a second that it might be such an old plugin that it might not work, but it's good to know that it does work. Okay, it kind of looks sort of nice. What is that object? That, I guess, is water body custom. Okay. And water body custom features spline component. And it has some details here. Spline component, of course. And wave attenuation, water depth, wave source. Whoa. Okay. And if I select this, yeah, the behavior of wave shader changed. And if I change the max wave height offset, we can see that it goes up and down a little bit more than when it was just 0. No, it's literally the same. It doesn't change at all. Okay. That's great. And how that changes. Oh my god. When I got close to 0. Okay, so the smaller the the value of wave attenuation water depth, the more wild it behaves. Okay, let's put it in 2048 because it was looking kind of nice. And do I have any other properties that I could use here? Number of waves, 16, wavelengths, amplitude. Okay, what if I change the amplitude in here? Whoa, okay, as expected. It gets a little bit more hardcore. Okay, as kinda expected. What was the original value? 800? Something like this? No. 6000, okay. Ah, I changed the wavelength and amplitude was 800, of course. Or not? 80. Yeah. Oh, I can change the direction and the steepness. And that's it for like the custom water body custom properties. Okay. That's nice. And here we have this ocean that I get is water body ocean. This is this whole thing, right? There's also water brush manager. Huh. Some manager from water brushes. Okay. And it uses so many height maps and stuff. Whoa. Okay. Blueprint body's changed. Shit, it is big. And there's water mesh actor. I guess it creates this body of water in here that we can see underneath it. Okay. We have water body lake, this small lake, which I guess it's built with spline. So if I add more to it, yeah, it should automatically adjust. Automatically adjust the terrain. Okay. That's good. On already set up level, it looks okay. I will try to attempt to set it up on my own in a hot second. We also have water body river, which as expected. Yeah, the spline dictates the flow of the river. Do we have any specific? Yes, we have. Static mesh, enable water body static mesh. Okay. We can create water body islands, exclusion volumes, owning water zone, water mesh actor, fixed water depth. Terrain. Settings. Water height maps, blurring, curl. Okay. Damn, an artist can go wild on that shit. Nice. And water body ocean, what does it have here? The same kind of stuff. Ocean extends, first of all. I don't know what's water body static mesh is yet. I will read in the documentation in a hot second. Yeah, okay. Similar stuff. You can choose the water source. So what I get from this, that a tech artist could sit down and create their own wave generator if they're needed. Okay. And some variables cast here. Okay. Body river, I already clicked through. Ocean and lake probably has similar, yes. Okay. Fall off settings for when the water ends. Okay. How about the water shader when we are in the play? I don't think I have regular game mode in here. Yeah, I don't even have a character to run, but the camera should... I cannot penetrate this water. That's great. Does it have like some collision or something? And that's why I cannot get through it? Let's get into the ocean and see if the post-process works there. On the free cam I cannot go underneath the water. Oh, wait. I had some sort of post-processing stuff. I don't know why with the free cam I cannot get underwater. Something kind of works here, but I cannot get underneath the water. But what if I started underneath the water? Oh, actually it works in here. When you are... Okay. On this prepared level example, it looks alright. Like it kinda works. So of course what we want to do, create similar level from the scratch to see what will be the problems in here. Is there anything more to it? No, not really. It's just water body custom, lake, ocean, river, some brush manager. That one is crazy. But I guess it automatically creates those textures. I hope. Yeah, Dexterowski says, I told you it's broken. Yeah, it is. Like I cannot... Oh. In the regular play, I cannot get underneath this water for some reason. Okay, so that is one example that they provided. So ideally for my PCG situation, because I'm not using too much of a landscape operations, I would love to detect whether I have some fragment of terrain going under the sea level and spawn probably this water body custom and do something with it, because it kind of looks like it could be spawnable via PCG and extended. Let's see if just scaling of it works. Kinda, so I could detect the area below sea level, group it into a single cluster, create a singular big point, and then just spawn the body of water there. That's what I would try to attempt, because I don't have PCG operations that are working on the landscape there, or spawning splines, or at least yet I don't have. But it is a nice workflow to just work on these splines like that. Yeah, so there was another map in this example, like water velocity test. Don't save anything. What's that supposed to test? I get it. Rivers with different velocities. And something is not right in this picture. Was it supposed to go over this automatically? And what was the intention of the artist there? And here we have like a calm lake. I'm not really sure what was the idea here for this velocity test map. If it was supposed to automatically align to terrain like this, then it doesn't work. if that was the case. Water body river. Ah, it is not a closed loop from what I see. Okay. So it wasn't supposed to connect like this. Okay. And is this the same situation here? Yeah. There's some weird stuff here. Okay. And how about this? This is as well not a closed loop. I am not sure what this water velocity test was supposed to be with, other than they changed variables in here, which we'll see. Is there like a velocity parameter? Not really, huh? So how they created this velocity, this fast velocity of water? These are physics. Effects. Not really. Huh. That's a nice question. They have those different velocities here, but no velocity parameter. I guess that's what they were playing with, how to achieve such situation. No, that doesn't change anything. This also doesn't change anything. This is fall off, so no. That is interesting how they did achieve this velocity and this calm ocean, etc. But okay, that's a question for another moment. Let's create a completely new level. Yeah, it can be open world, whatever. And let's go through documentation as try to recreate that just as they did, so we can learn more about how broken it can be and what are the workarounds. So let me quickly bring the documentation up so everyone can see that. And let's go through this. Types of waters of bodies, right? As we saw in the example, we have oceans, lakes, rivers, custom types, the island, and some exclusion volume. Okay. To add a water body actor to a level, go to place actor and select water body actor. Water bodies automatically work with landscape terrain to carve out the terrain beneath them using a landscape brush. The landscape brush only edits the landscape layer when the landscape has enable edit layers checked. Oh, so I'm not sure if the default example have enable edit layers turned on, but we will see in a second what they're doing here. They're just taking water body ocean and just placing it, and it creates the whole, it changes the whole level. That's how they are saying it's supposed to work out. Let's see, water body ocean. Water body. If I could type, well. And actually did edit the terrain, so that's a +1. We don't need to create a new completely terrain. And it worked automatically from the get-go. That's nice, and it created this little island for us. So now we can create CFTs. Nah, not really. But I really appreciate how it is just drag and drop, and hey, I have ocean. And that's funny. The ocean covers everything, but when I extend my island, it uncovers the terrain that was covered with the ocean. It brings it back to the previous state. So the workflow would seem is, hey, you are creating, if you want to have an ocean in your level, right? You can just work on your terrain as normal, I guess. You cannot take a quick look by pressing this. Okay. You work on your terrain as normal, then you put the water body ocean on and just uncover it. Or you have a flat terrain, you put it on and you create those islands and then you work on your terrain. But there's a funny effect that, I went over this volume and it stopped working. So do I have to like scale it? Oh, it didn't work how I thought it would work. Okay, let's get back to it. Yeah, there's water body ocean and water zone. I'm not sure which one I should extend. Maybe this. Dexterowski says, fun fact, river, oceans do not work with megalites in Unreal Engine 5.5. It instantly crashes the editor. Oh, thank you for this quick tip. I haven't used megalites yet. I haven't approached this topic, so that's also probably in the future for one of my future streams, but it's good to know that there's no sense of checking the megalites with the river and oceans because it crashes. I wonder if there is still an active development on this plugin, or did they move on something else? Because that's something that sometimes happens. They have a plugin, they do develop things for it, and they decided, you know what? We will try another attempt, and there will be another plugin that has functionality similar to the previous one, but works in a completely new way. Okay, I want to make bigger island than this, and I want to see like there's water body ocean. I probably shouldn't work with this. I probably should work with that. This is an instance of a brush. Render target solution, zone extend. Let's change that. And do I have to click like apply on something? Because right now it looks ugly. But whatever. Now I should probably take water body ocean and ocean extends. I should work with that. Yeah, there you go. But there's still something weird going on. And okay, but for that stuff it is weird. Oh, it won't go over water zone. Okay, but I still don't see my terrain in here. It's still broken. Do I have to go like this? And no, something completely awful is happening here to the terrain. But there's still something in here. Yeah, there is like this. If you look at it from that perspective, look at it. There's still like the edge of something. I need to find the edge of that thing. Dexterowski says, and the velocity settings, which he was looking for, they are in the river material. So if you want to change it, you must create an instance of it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That would be in the instance material. I thought that they maybe, use the variable, blueprint variable, or just code variable, and made it so where I edit it, it automatically applies as an material instance parameter, because you could do such a thing from code, so you won't have to go into material instance. You could edit things from here, but it makes sense that they use material instance for that. But for now, as you can see, I'm trying to make my island bigger, and for now it ain't cutting it. I mean, I can extend this way much. my monitor once again kinda broke. There we go. I can extend it way the hell up, right? If I want to create a big island, then I can get to here and extend that, and that works great. But for some reason, not yet known to me, that I will explore in a second, I cannot create island bigger than this. And I see that there is something that creates this cutoff point, really. But I wonder what it is, because when I'm clicking on it, I don't really have anything in here. Landscape Water Brush Manager. Is that the thing that it's... Not really. Do I have like some secret component in here or something? No, not really. Water body, ocean, water zone. Just water zone. Do I need to render? Let's change this into 4K. It doesn't change anything, of course. Water body, ocean. Fixed water depth. Dexterowski says the same thing is for the water absorption, scattering, etc. And that's what I did. I exposed variables for blueprint and then automatically make MID, material instance dynamic, and update it after a change. Exactly. That's what I was thinking that they might do, you know, just for the convenience sake. I don't know, Dexterowski says, I don't know why Epic didn't make it this way. It would be easier to customize. Yeah, exactly. They work. Usually I try to, when I work with artists, expose, and with designers, expose as much things either for them to customize in details panel, or if I'm using data assets, so they could edit things in data assets, and I manage my blueprints or code in such a way that under the hood it processes it in a correct way, creating new material instances, dynamic instances, etc, etc. I'm not sure what they did it. Probably they didn't feel like they need to. Okay, so now I'm intrigued why I cannot make this island bigger. I see that there is something creating this invisible border, or very visible if you look from afar, that I don't really know how to extend yet. Is it really the Landscape Water Brush Manager? That might make sense, but blueprint water bodies change. Do I need to click this? Not really. Water size is set kinda correctly. World size, I mean. Landscape quads, landscape transform. Canvas segment size. Yeah, let's double it. But I'm not sure if anything will happen. No, not really. So here's my first problem that I cannot seem to overcome, is that I cannot make my island way bigger. But okay, let's get back to the documentation. Maybe they will say something about that. Water bodies are limited by how far they can reach or their largest extent size. Blah, blah, blah. However, ocean water bodies can reach this without completely filling the level, leaving the gap between the horizon line. Water zone actors provide an option to fill that gap with a simplified mesh and water material. Okay. That's not exactly what I'm searching for. Yeah, great, but that's not exactly what I'm searching for. Lake water body. Yeah, I get it. It's just a lake to spawn, but I want to play with islands more. The river water body is defined by its open spline. That's great. Custom water body. So in theory, I just spawn this. It kind of works as just a tile with the material on it. What's so different about custom water body than just a singular tile with material instance on it? Use a static mesh with the same material. Yes, it uses the same meshing system. They do not use water mesh actors and therefore do not automatically carve out terrain. That's good. Custom water bodies can use wave source and underwater post-processing. Okay, island water body. What is that? That's how you create another island, right? Okay. I will attempt that right now, because it kinda annoys me that I cannot make one big island. But okay, whatever. Water body island. Let's put it in here. Whoa, that was beautiful. It spawned it in midair. Okay, I have it in here. And it didn't do jack shit. That's great. And let me guess. If I will bring it in that zone, it will work out, right? Let me make some space for that. Let's take this whole actor. Yeah, it kinda does work out. Or at least it looks like it kinda changed. Yeah. But the moment I put it over this invisible... What is going on? What is this rectangle that doesn't allow me to create island bigger than this rectangle? Yeah, I know that. Editing splines. That's not exactly what I want. The water category contains information about selected water body. It also lists what islands and exclusion volumes affected. The index is automatically used in default to calculate. Okay. Terrain. Yeah, okay. Height map, great. That's not exactly what I'm searching for. Blend mode. Cool. Effects, blurring, curl noise. That's all great. Waves, rendering. There's material instance for transition between river and lake and river and ocean. That's quite good, but that's not exactly what I want. Okay, great. Okay, in this documentation there's nothing about how to make bigger islands. So either it is a bug, or is there something in the big? What is this? Oh my god. It's 1 minute 30 seconds, or 1 hour 30 minutes. It is 1 hour 30 minutes. I won't be watching it right now. Oh, this is an old plugin. Let's turn on this. Maybe there's something here about that. No, not really. Scalability, water body spline resampling. That's great. Let me use that. Maybe it will clue me into what is this thing. Of course, it didn't clue me in at all. It doesn't show a singular rectangle that covers that thing that cuts off my terrain. What the hell? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Stat water, those are all great options, but that's probably more about shaders. Yeah, okay, so we are on our own, which is a usual when you're working with engines. Let's try to figure out. It may be the case that it's just a bug in the current version of engine. Dexterowski says, check your water zone actor and zone extent variables. I don't know if it is it. I 0. Okay, yes. I was trying to do something with that, but it wasn't really working out. But it doesn't hurt to double check it. Water zone actor. Here we are. My zone extents are kind of big. I also increased my render target resolution. Maybe there's something in advanced. Not really. Tile size. Yeah, sure, I can double that. Didn't change really. Far distance. Yeah, that's the far distance mesh that I was reading about. Forced update water info texture. Yeah, I can click it. Nothing really happened. Material changes. Okay. Quad-3 resolution. The only thing that comes to me is that the water mesh scale, but let's change it. Let's see what will happen. Not that much. But what if I turned it into what it was before and start scaling like this? It doesn't change at all. Okay. Water zone doesn't dictate it. Zone exchange also didn't really do anything. For me, for my ability to create a bigger island. Maybe there's something that I need to click in here. Let me look at this. Water curve settings, water height map. That's not really that. Spline. I don't have that much to work with in here. What about water body island? Yeah, this is water body island. And this is landscape water brush. I also clicked through that and force update. Nothing. Find edges. Force update. World size. Canvas segment size. Yeah, I could double that. MC Matek, Sup Rolzo. Hi, how you doing? How you doing? How is this Sunday treating you? I'm working on trying to work out the water plugin. And the first thing that I stumbled upon is, okay, I can create those islands, but they don't seem to behave well, because when I go above this weird rectangle, no terrain. Inside this, terrain works. And right now I'm just troubleshooting if I am able to work out what is this rectangle underneath. MC Matic says, good man, just opened Unreal myself. Nice, nice. That's what Sunday is for, right? Maybe I can find this weird rectangle. What are you? You are water body ocean. Yeah. I clicked on you before. And you didn't provide me with anything. Water body islands. What the hell? I have no idea what I clicked on, but it didn't seem to matter anyway. Ocean extends. I have big as hell. So, but I'm clicking on that thing, right? Maybe let's click on something else. Let's look at it. It is that thing. If I could only know what that one singular component with those extents is, I feel like I will solve this riddle. Maybe it is this static mesh. And Unreal froze. Whoa, 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 whoa. We might be in for a first crash. MC Matic says that is a spline. Yeah, I know. The problem is somehow I cannot change the bounds of these splines. Yeah, I think my GPU might be dead right now. Let's see. How is it going? Ah, it's not that bad. Almost full graphic memory taken over. I think I have to kill the Unreal. Okay. Not a problem. I will set up everything once again. This will be a learning experience. Dexterowski says, yes, that option is always crashing the editor. Awesome. Okay, let's kill the Unreal right now. And turn it on again. Ah. I love that stuff. Don't restore anything. I don't want this broken mess. Okay, let's work it out once again. Let's turn off the plugins window. Why don't you want to close? Whoa! I have plugins windows from hell. Do you guys see it? I cannot do anything with this. Woo! I cannot maximize it. Okay, you're going to the other monitor, like super low below. Yeah, you're right. I should close the editor again. Let's be patient. Oh, you don't want to... I think Tim Sweeney is onto me. He's like, take it. Yeah. I guess I have to be more patient. Yeah, because the original Unreal editor didn't die. You were 100% right, Matek. And I don't think I have anything with Unreal on right now. So let's turn it on again. But it's the first time I had such a situation that I couldn't close the window. Yeah. Okay, let's use the water again. Water. It was ocean. That's great. Well, actually, thinking about that right now, it's kind of big. But okay, let's take this thing, which is a water zone. Let's change the extents of that zone, like immediately. Now let's take water body ocean, ocean extents, and let's change them immediately. And there is still this thingy going on in here. Okay, is this the spline component? Let's see. No, I mean, let me, MCMatic asks, you mean the flow? Kinda, let me show you. Like when I change the island, right, so it gets bigger, it works out, right? But you can see this rectangle. And when I go over this rectangle, the landscape doesn't show up at all. It's being cut off and we get some weird artifacts. Like it cannot work out the extension of the island that I'm creating right now, right? And I see that it is aligned with this rectangle. So right now I'm trying to understand how is this rectangle connected to anything and try to fix up this situation because I want to make a large island. It looks like a part of water body ocean from what I see. Is this just collision extents of the water body component? Maybe. Not really, I think. Although this whole thing just got smaller a little bit. Okay. Dexterowski says, okay, I think this limitation is related to landscape. It might be. It very well might be. It very well might be. Yeah, it just doesn't do anything other than scaling it up. Although, wait a second. No, I was hopeful for a hot second, but not really. What if we just go like this? No, not really. There is some weird limitation with that, and I'm not clicking enable water body static mesh again. Fixed water depth. Yeah, okay. For PCG, I don't need whole ocean anyway. But I just wanted to play around with that. Okay. As they did in the example world. Now I wonder, let me turn on the water test map. Yeah, they have the same kind of stuff here going on. Maybe I should use my work account and ask for that on UDN or something. Although I'm not sure if it's not a gross misuse of the license that we have from work. Okay, but let's take this. I guess it will work in the same exact way. Yeah, it's being cut off in here. And it is a water mesh actor in here. Okay, and zone extent. Now something weird happened. I can increase the target resolution, but that won't change too much. That is kind of funny. But okay, I also wanna, let's create new map once again. I wanna quickly go through what they did, which is, once again, water, body ocean. Yeah, let's make this a little bit bigger island. But I do have something solid underneath it, you know? Like, if I delete my water body ocean at this moment, if I can delete it because it doesn't want to do anything. Right? Wait, you might be onto something. I might have extended my water. Yes, you're right. Oh my god, I am so stupid. How could I miss this? Water. I was thinking that my island was super small and tiny when in all actuality it is super huge. Okay, now I get it why I couldn't make it bigger, right? Let's delete it once again. Yep, you're right. MC Matek solved the case that I was too blind to see because of the never-ending, seemingly never-ending infinite ocean bounds. That actually my islands that I wanted to create were bigger than my landscape was. So yeah, it made all sense that it didn't create any more landscape information because there wasn't any. And that box was, as you guys suggested it, my box that covers the whole landscape. Okay, so now that we know that, now that we learned that, let's once again put on water body ocean, create this small island. Let's move it like here, exactly. And no, I want to use that spline. Let's make this island a little bit bigger. Yeah, and it is covering my whole landscape. God damn it. The scales of things led me astray. Okay, I have this, and they said that I could where was the regular water body axis? Yes. Right now I want to put the lake water body. Let's put the lake water, goddamn water, lake, and it's supposed to work out from the get-go. Great, and let's now create the river that will follow that. I wonder how spawning river from PCG could work out. I know that I can create like a PCG spline, and maybe I could feed that information to water body lake or water river or something like this. We will explore that in a second, or a little bit longer. Now water. Oh, there's shallow water river. Now I want to use this. Connect with the okay. Toby1364. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Hey. How are you doing? How are you doing? How is this Sunday treating you? And let's put it like, whoa! That is funny. Water. Oh, it can go like this automatically. That's cool. That's cool. Although probably then you would have to edit like those slopes. Yeah, okay, so you can recreate it quite easily from what they shown in the example. Plenty of sun in the eyes from the window, Toby says. Then I envy you, because when I look outside, I just see the fog. It's kind of like if I'm in Silent Hill 2 suddenly. All I see is the fog and grayness. So perfect day for sitting in front of the computer and playing around with Unreal. Okay. So what else do I wanted to test out before I jump into PCG? Custom water body. Dexterovsky says that there are problems with that. So let's play around with the custom water body, because I think that might be the body actor that I will be using the most for PCG. Water body custom. I have it here. Okay, and it also works off of a spline component in some way, shape, or form. Water body islands. You can add water body islands to here and exclusion volumes. Yeah, okay, so there's that. You can change your other side. Yeah, it doesn't feature any terrain editing capabilities, which is good for the thing that I'm trying to do. Toby says, just close the shutters and every day is perfect for being in front of the computer. Ain't that the truth? That's true. I get to take the Monday off because I volunteered at the school a while ago. Oh, that's great. That's great. So you can sleep in tomorrow. That's good. I have to go to work. So I envy you once again for the sunny weather and for the Monday off. Okay, so I could just use scale in here, right? To play around with water body custom. And let's put it a little bit. And I didn't want to do this. I wonder if that will work out in some way, shape, or form. No, the spline completely doesn't matter in here. I think this water body custom might be hacked a little bit. They just were like, yeah, we have the river. Let's use the same thing, just ignore the spline information. Or something like that, I don't know. Yeah. Toby says, it may be sunny, but it's like 0 degrees out. Yeah, it is the same here. That it is, when it comes to temperature, it's 0 degrees right now where I am. And foggy, so, you know. I would welcome a little bit of sun in here. Just for a day or two. Okay, so now I can just delete all those spline points because I don't need them. And that's spline point. And that's spline point because it doesn't work like that. You're supposed to work with the scale in here. Which project will I work on today? I don't know what project will you work on today. Right now I am learning a little bit about water plugin in Unreal and how to use it for my scene where I spawn biomes based on temperature and height, because I wanted to add some water in that, and I wanted to explore a little bit what an Unreal Engine has in store for me from the get-go. And yeah, Dexterowski says, water body custom is a child of a water body, which have you water spline component declared. Ah, yeah, okay, so that's why it is there. And then I guess probably this whole spline component is not really used. Yeah, you made an arrow. Now you can do YouTube clickbait with water. Yeah, I could. Like, I could just take a picture of that and be like, water, and place my face and go like, whoa, like they are doing. But no, I ain't into this. I ain't into this. Okay, so we have kind of looked through most of those actors right now. There's also like, no, I mean exclusion volume for gameplay reasons, but I don't care about it. There's shallow water river, but I have no idea how to use it. Niagara River, oh my god, this is like Niagara simulation. Let's not touch that today, because I'm sure I will spend lots of time in PCG anyway. I clicked on something, water body custom, water zone. No, it looks like we have it all right. I also turned on some water advanced. Is there anything in here? Oh, that's probably that shallow water something. But I don't even have an example plugin. I wonder how it looks. Okay, nothing. No changes. No changes, please. Okay, so I guess that's the moment where we'll be playing around with the PCG spawning of water. I'm just looking right now also at the water content, so the content of the plugin, to see if I will see something interesting, and I did. And what's going on? Water fluid sim test shallow. And okay, we have some ripples going on in here for shallow water. Okay, there's something. Toby says, I welded my chair slightly crooked, but I'm too lazy to bang it straight. Yeah, I get you. Nice. Okay, so that thing, I'm not sure what it is. I was hoping for some Niagara. There's fluid sim terrain. It looks exactly like... What the hell? Okay, there's some guy in here. Let's click simulation. He made one step and... I'm not sure it works. Let me click on play. Not really. I'm sure it's supposed to be splashing or something, but ain't nothing is happening. I can, let me go like this. Move this guy up, down. No, no splashes. The ankle swimming technique, my favorite. Yeah. I'm sure it was supposed to show off how the water splashes when the guy walks through it, but it might not be finished. So the fluid simulation doesn't really work. Blueprints. Yeah, I guess for my needs, it is everything. Let's go into recent levels and temperature-based PCG. Now, let's once again spawn everything that I created, clean up, generate. Yeah, I need to one day sit down a little bit more to the connective tissues between my brushes, green brushes, and also I have some bug in here where parts of my landscape don't spawn in here. I thought I already provided materials for that part. Huh. Okay. We'll fix this later. Right now I wanna think a little bit about how should we spawn water in here. I have terrain. And the way I would want to work it out is whenever I have terrain that has some fragment of it below sea level, I want to detect it and create a body of water there, but only if it makes sense temperature-wise. So for example, in desert here, it doesn't really make sense, right? But in the forest, it does make more sense. And in those places with the depression, there should be no plants like this, right? So let's try it out. Let's carve out some below sea level fragments, maybe for easier editing. Let's clean our PCG generation. PCG component, cleanup, thank you. And let's get to carving or sculpting. Wrong way. This is what I wanted. Yes. So here should spawn. Wait, what the? Ah, yeah, wrong button. Sorry. Should spawn some water. You know what? Maybe let's try out on clean level first, and then we will go through here. Let's create a generalized example, and from that we will go to the actual level. Let's turn on the landscape editing tools. Once again, sculpted. Yeah. First of all, I want to detect only this. So all the landscape points in here should have Z below 0, of course, right? So let's quickly create tests, graphs, a new PCG graph, PCG depression detection. And let's first of all get landscape data. Let's sample it. Surface sampler, yes. And let's put our PCG in here. come on, come on. Exactly, and let's make it taller. And now show me the points. We have points, but for some reason in here we don't have any points. That is curious. Ah, yeah, because our PCG volume doesn't reach there, so now we have everything covered, right? Now let's filter out all the points that are above sea level. So if we look at data, we will see position Z, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I wonder, minus 4,000, 1,000. Toby asks, what is PCG? PCG is procedural content generation. It is a plugin from Epic that allows you to basically process data, create your own rule sets, and with those rule sets spawn things on level. And it can be used to create biomes and spawn flora around your level. It can be used to create smaller tools to spawn very specific things, like for example detect all the fallen trees and spawn mushrooms on them, or you could use it for gameplay reasons. For example, in my day job I used PCG for gameplay reasons, and it was for spawning resources that the player can gather, right? So there's like design for rules that dictate where given resource should spawn, and I'm going through this logic and data and then spawning the gameplay resources on level that player can gather. So it's a very, very powerful tool. And when I was on Unreal event, that right now the name escapes me, in Prague, Unreal Dev Fest, and we were talking with the Epic guys, they basically said that right now they are using PCG for almost everything when it comes to spawning AIs, resources, gameplay, art stuff, etc., etc. Because you can quickly and clearly create the rules for the procedural generation and just start spawning that content. And also there are additional plugins connected to this, like for example geometry script interoperation, which is a plugin that is providing you the blueprint interface, so you can create your own custom meshes programmatically, and then PCG can talk to this plugin and for example send a bunch of data to it or get a bunch of data from it. Let's see if get water spline data. Yeah, like there's the same interop plugin between procedural content generation and water plugin, where from what I can see, if I have water spline components on level, I can just get them and get the data out of them. There's this one singular node that they are using, from what I can see. But at least for now, I'm not sure if I would be using water splines. I just want to detect this one thing and spawn like a lake, and the river will be a next example. So right now I have the surface sampler. Let me bring on the big graph with my procedural content generation. Where was that? BP temperature based, yes. Oh no, my things didn't save from the last time. Okay, now I get it. And here we go, PCG temperature based. This is my graph that I use for my procedural content generation that samples surface. There's a logic that calculates temperature going from equator, where I treat y equals 0 axis as equator. I calculate temperature ranges from 50 on the equator to minus 20 degrees centigrade on the north and south pole. And I also get height from the landscape and decide which is mountain zone, highland zone, and plains zone. And based on those two informations, temperature and height, I'm spawning different things. You can do such things in PCG. So, yeah. Right now, I want to do attribute filter. And I want to filter out everything that is above 0. So everything that is less than 0, target attribute should be position. Where is position? Yes, position dot z. Use constant threshold. Yes, I want this to be below 0. And let's visualize it. Debug node. And right now I have all the points that are being calculated as being below ground. This is the bottom of my future lake. Okay, now I want to do additional thing. Let me get my PCG volume. Let's extend it, because I will create another depression in here. Let's create another bottom of a lake. Because I want to cluster two bottoms of the lake and treat them separately. Let's see if I can create such logic. And here's another bottom of a lake. And it got detected automatically, right? But right now, PCG all treats this as each individual point right now. So what I want to do is to cluster. And that's the thing about this algorithm for clustering, that I have to upfront decide how many clusters I want, where in all actuality I don't know how many lakes will I have on the level. So it might treat certain groups of points as one cluster when in fact it isn't, right? Did I solve it last time? I don't think so. I just provided yeah, I just decided that there will be 6 zones because I have 6 biomes and that's it. But I don't know how many lakes will I have. Yeah, but the thing is that right now I have things, if I will look at the data table here, I have cluster ID. I have 3 clusters right now. And I can visualize them by cluster ID. I can just go cluster ID as my attribute filter. It needs to be equal, for example, to integer 32 0. And I will only have points with cluster ID equals 0, right? So if I will debug this, it will be showing me only one cluster. And here's the problem that I have right now with it, that it detected 2 clusters when it should really do 1, because I said that there should be 3 clusters. If I will output 2 there, then we are golden, because we have those separate clusters. And right now, if we use the similar technique as the last time, combine points, we can create a singular point out of this. That could serve as a basis for our water lake, right? This is how we would spawn our custom water body. Let's maybe make it not 0, but like -40. And it should be smaller, maybe even -100. Yeah. Now it detected it properly. But still there's this problem. If I created a third depression here and it would, I can even quickly do it. It would treat it as a one cluster, all of these points, and merge them together into this one huge thing, which presents a problem. Are there any additional cluster nodes? Not really. So that kind of workflow sucks, because the way I would have to do is I would have to provide an attribute. How many lakes do I want to have? And while constructing a scene and painting things, sculpting my landscape, I have to keep in mind how many bottom of the lakes I prepared. When I'd rather just go with the flow, not count anything, and then just click generation and the lakes are generated automatically. Decisions. How to work that out? I could turn it into attribute and just work with that. Yeah, maybe this might be the only way of working with it right now when it comes to clusters. Or I would have to create my own node with my own cluster algorithm or something, which I don't intend to do right now. Okay, let's put in 3 right now. It will detect it properly. I have 3 bodies of water. It did detect it properly. It doesn't look like it. What the hell? Yeah, sorry. It was alright. But I shouldn't have hooked up this thing to an outside filter, because the filter is for cluster ID. So when I connected it to the outside filter, I just treated everything that is not cluster ID 0 as one thing. I need to copy it. And that's another sucky thing about that. I need to have as many attribute filters as lakes that I would need. As lakes that I would create, sorry. It's not a great workflow right now. I kinda hate it. These, sorry. Dexterowski, I don't like these types of workaround. I always look for doing these things automatically. Yes, I'm the same way. I don't like when I have to, because it stacks up, right? Like, oh, right now I would create such a workflow that I would have to remember how many lakes did I created, right? And then what? I would have to remember how many rivers I created, and then, for example, if I started spawning buildings and it had some clustering mechanism for whatever reason, I would have to remember how many buildings I created, etc., etc. And suddenly the amount of things that I have to remember while I'm just trying to create a scene gets so big that the only thing that will happen while working with this workflow will be frustration. So even though right now, I do detect the 3 bottom of the lakes right now, The workflow sucks, in my opinion. JD Husk W says, hello, hello! How are you doing? How is your Sunday going, man? Do you have sun over there? Or is it foggy like here? Toby previously said that, you know, it was sunny in his place. I wonder how it is at yours. Dexterowski says, yeah, this is not what a PCG should look like. Yeah, exactly. Like, for me, procedural content generation means I'm putting a volume on my landscape and then I'm just playing with the singular variables, or I'm selecting micro PCGs that I want to use to, I don't know, spawn things in my mountain rainforest area, and I'm using just a small PCG, or choosing meshes or whatever, right? I should only be inputting very artistically oriented information like variables, meshes, smaller PCGs, maybe materials, textures or whatever, right? Not remembering how many lakes did I created on landscape so I can input it in here so the workflow can flow. So right now I'm rethinking how I should go about detecting landscape, and if it is possible using it like that. JD Husk W says, it's really foggy and rainy. Yeah, so similar to how we have it in here. It's foggy, it's not raining right now, but it looks like it might any second. Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of that workflow. Yeah, because what now? I could just spawn. Let me copy also my PCG bounce to scale. Let me turn my debug off. Yeah, I could just do that. Then basically I forgot what it is. Yeah, sure. I can just copy that. And then just spawn water body actor, probably custom, right? And spawn actor, right? And yeah, invalid class, yeah, water body custom, and probably it will spawn it, right? Or not. Not at all. And the reason is I'm not sure what. Water zone. It's probably water zone. Toby sings a song that I don't know yet. As I walk through the valley where I harvest my grain, I take a look at my wife and realize she's very plain, but that's just perfect for an Amish like me. You know, I shone fancy things like electricity. What is this song? It's funny. It sounds very funny. JD Husk W says, remember when we talked about C++? Yeah, I remember. So I decided I will learn C++ from, and once again the mod, automod deleted the link. I need to take care of that because I want to have links here. And try becoming a gameplay programmer and learn OpenGL or Vulkan. Nice! Congrats! Nice, nice. Nice. Cheers, man. Gameplay programming is awesome. Learning OpenGL and Vulkan is also awesome. Let me tell you, I regret that I haven't started learning about rendering a little bit sooner. because I see what people can do when they have this knowledge, and that's amazing. So you're on a good way, man. And then Toby sings along. At 4:03 in the morning, I'm milking cows. Jebediah feeds the chicken and Jacob plows, fool. Okay, so it didn't even work out to spawn my water body customs because probably I am lacking water zone, right? And I need to... What are my zone? What are those splines? What the hell is going on? Okay, can I have my... Oh no, now I have 2 water zones. Wait, do I have multiple water zones right now? Water body custom, water body custom. No, here's water zone. And it is... I don't know where. But somewhere. Okay. And the zone extend is huge, as it should be. And I still don't have my water mesh in here. It shows the crossed out water. And I wonder why. I wonder why. And then Toby sings more. And I've been milking and plowing so long that even Ezekiel thinks that my mind is gone. I'm a man of the land, I'm into discipline, got a Bible in my hand and a beard on my chin. But if I finish all of my chores in finished time tonight, then tonight we're gonna party like it's 1699. Can you guess of what song is this? What song is it a parody of? There was this song, I don't remember the name of it, but there was the ending line that we should party like it's 1999, something like this. Is this the song that is being parodied here? So my water body custom has what looks like a correct idea about scale, but at the same time nothing really renders. And I got the devilish Amish Paradise. Yeah, I forgot about that. I think my friend sent it to me. Yeah, of course. How could I forget about Coolio? Of course. Of course. Okay, let's water. Always clicking the wrong thing. Water body ocean for a second. Now let's delete it. Because I remember that was fixing some things and it didn't. Yay! Water. Okay, let's delete water zone once again. Let's delete landscape water brush. Yeah, sure. And let's add water body ocean. That works. And it should have added landscape water brush material. Yeah, water zone, and it should be proper, because what I gather is I spawned water body custom from PCG and there was some automatic water zone and water brush manager adding, but the properties might be bad because it was spawned out of random from PCG. So that's another takeaway from here, that probably we need water zone and water brush manager before spawning PCG water. And now let's delete the water body ocean, and I still have no meshes. You were right, Dexterovsky. Water body custom might be broken. Or maybe it is so huge that it just doesn't render in here. No, not really. And the Witcher remix going on in the background. I am not sure why my... But what if I bring it from the water body? Like from here. Is it rendering? It is rendering properly. Okay. So something else is broken a little bit. Why it is minus 500 when it could be 0 and nothing? I still have no water mesh in here. I wonder why. Oh, there's no water zone. I have to click it by hand. Owning water zone. Okay. And still it doesn't work. And if I put it by hand in the same place with the same kind of stuff, it will work out. I bet your ass. Water body custom. Let's put it here. Now let's take that. Let's copy the scale. Let's put in the scale. Oh, the scale might be messed up, but it doesn't matter. It still renders, right? And now let's put in the location to the whole thing. It should have been rendering, maybe with the wrong scale, maybe with the wrong everything, but it should be rendered. For some reason, when spawned from PCG, it just doesn't render. And here's the kicker. I don't know really why. Yeah. It just shows this water drop crossed out. I wonder if it shows the same for if I drop it by hand. Like make it bigger, like 40 and 40 here. No, it doesn't show anything. Only in here it just kind of shows some bad idea. Okay, so let's click on that. No, let's select our spline points. Water, depth, audio. For some reason it did I put in bad water actor in here to spawn? No, it is water body custom. Why it created couple of splines when the regular water body custom put from the actor menu doesn't do that. Okay, let's go to the last one and delete it. Did I delete the whole actor? Great. Last plan point. Yeah. Delete that. This is the second one. Probably delete that. And still shows this weird thing. Does output tells me anything? Toby asks, do you know .kk K Krieger? No, I don't know. What is it? K Krieger. JD has W asks, what are you making? I had this scene created with procedural content generation where I'm treating y equals 0 axis of the world as an equator. I am calculating the temperature from that equator up to the North Pole and South Pole. And I am spawning biomes, plants, depending on the information about temperature and height. And I already did that, like in the last couple of streams. And I was thinking that, well, it would be nice to spawn also some water in here. So today I am exploring water plugging with the Unreal Engine, and if I can create the workflow for that. Can I hook up water with the procedural content generation, so I can just click on generate and my water will automatically spawn in places where there is a depression in the landscape. And maybe some logic to create some rivers, I'm not sure about, and I'm trying to find out if such workflow is even viable. And right now I'm fighting against the system with the problem that basically when I hand spawn one of the water actors in the editor, it works fine. When I spawn it via procedural content generation plugin, there is just no rendering in here. And I'm trying to work out why it might be like that. So that's the way. But I would love to come up with some conclusion, like whether you can spawn water body actors from PCG and it is a viable workflow, or unfortunately you have to place them by hand on level, but you can sample from them. It is a situation where either or I will be satisfied with. No, I won't be satisfied with the idea that I have to place things by hand. Not at all. So that's what I'm trying to explore today. Toby says it's a 3D shooter made in 96 kilobytes. Yeah, I remember when I was still working at Flying Wild Hog that my lead showed me this. Like, look at this. It's 96 kilobytes. And yeah, I remember. I wonder if it is the same thing that I remember. Let me quickly put it in here. .kkrieger. Yeah, it is that. And they had like some illumination going on in there, dynamic lighting, and all of that in. Of course I want it large because I'm on stream, and dark. Yeah, and it was in 2004. I remember my lead showing me this. It's awesome. The source code is public. Nice. I didn't know that it was public. But it is insane that... Wow, I thought that YouTube link would launch. It is insane that someone managed to put in all of that in 96 kilobytes. Weapon changing, particle effects, dynamic lighting, music going on, some ambient music, enemies, weapon types. It is amazing. Feat of an engineering. Wasn't there like a game jam dedicated to like writing games in creating games so they would take up as small amount of memory as possible while maintaining some cool, impressive features? I think I remember reading or talking with someone participating in such game jam. And of course, the winner was the smallest game with the biggest amount of feature, right? That is amazing that people are doing something like this. Meanwhile, you can get Unreal Engine build to go below 300 megabytes if you delete lots and lots of things. And we are happy with that. Okay, so why this actor doesn't render at all? I have water zone, I have some weird spline issues going on, of course. But yeah. Maybe just spawning with such scale is a problem for that. I wonder if I just output that in here, will it fix my issue? Or I should go like this. Let's regenerate. Nah, still nothing. But I'm sure that it regenerated. Not really. Let me clean up. Force generate. Yeah, it didn't work out at all. God damn it. Okay, but if I would just output something like this without any changes to scale or anything, will the proper actor spawn? No, not at all. Toby says, well, I'll be moving on. Have fun. Yeah, thank you, man. Have a nice day. Have a very nice day. Dexterovsky says, you do not have water material applied on. Really? It's just that issue? Oh my god. You're right. You're 100% right. So, wait. When I just put it from here, water body custom, it does have water HLOD material. But when I spawn it via PCG, whatever the automatic thing includes the water material in here. Just doesn't apply here. My mind is kind of blown. I am spawning the same exact actor, water body custom. Yet, choosing it from content browser has it set up perfectly. Spawning it via node doesn't do anything. So it tells me, and I cannot change materials in here. Really? Or can I? I can. So let me fix that by applying these exact same materials. It was here. And another one is this. There was even no mesh in here. Nothing was properly set up. But thank you, Dexterovsky. It would take me a little bit of time to get to that, but that was the case. Wow, I wonder why. I really wonder why water body custom would behave differently like that. That's intriguing. Yeah, this project right now that I have on doesn't have code in it. It was pure blueprint. I guess I have to hook up code to it in order to also get to the bottom of this thing. So now I can actually, yeah, like disconnect everything from here and reconnect it like this. Yeah, and my lakes spawned. Thank you, Dexterovsky. It was a really nice tip. So yeah. So I can maybe go from like -50. Wait, what the fuck? No, I want this to be. Huh. That is interesting. Dexterowski says, okay, you solved it. Nah, you solved it, man. You solved it. Or should we say we solved it together? You gave me a quick tip and I looked at it and that was true. That the water body custom actor spawned from PCG is not properly set up. And you have to go in here and by hand click. Where the hell was this? Override template actor, whatever it was named. And then you have to input all of these things by yourself. And you also have to input wave source, all of that stuff. Okay. Okay, but it was a really nice tip because I would probably be, you know, messing around a little bit longer before I found that out. That is something weird going on in here. Ah, yeah, it's the water body custom actor from that lake going overboard into here. Yeah, everything below zero. Let's detect that, etc., blah, blah, blah. And now we have a way higher thing going on. Yeah. And now this one goes over. Okay, but still, it kind of doesn't matter because I kind of don't like the fact that I have to input all those. I have to remember how many classes I inputted. So I don't think I will be going with that workflow. Now, for the rivers. Here's the thing. Let's try to spawn a river in here. I never really created a spline in PCG. So, I mean, I created a tool where I could input the spline on the level and then PCG would sample that spline and spawn and things alongside it, right? Or use it as a border or whatever. But I haven't really created spline from points inside the PCG because you can create spline. You can create surface from spline, etc. Water spline data, spline to segment, spawn spline mesh components, spawn spline mesh, etc. But I kind of want to create spline. So what would be the logic for creating river? I guess let's go to the pane. Oh yeah, I guess my logic would be for rivers. Maybe that will work out. I can live without lakes, but if I can have rivers. Dexterowski says, after looking into the code, C++ code, okay, what I see in code, it does not have constructor, so this is probably the reason why it happens. Ah, yes. All initialization happens in the initialize body function, and it sets the textures and other things depending if it's ocean, lake, etc. Okay, I see. So that's how they did it. So it really is not prepared for PCG, or they require you to call this function because we can do this thing. If we go into template actor and we can call post spawn function name, and if it is called initialize body, maybe it will give us the exactness without. It didn't found this in water body custom. Okay, so it's not exposed for being called from here. Okay. So let's get back to template actor editing. Water body component rendering, and I have to input those informations once again. But that ain't the thing. Yeah, basically, if I were to do it for like an actual professional purpose, I would probably create my own water body custom actor subclass and I will expose this initialize body function, so it could be called as a blueprint function from within spawn actor as a post spawn function. So I wouldn't have to do this thing by hand, right? Because right now I kind of have to. Yeah, so the way they initialize this thing makes it not possible to spawn water body actors just from the spawn actor and hoping that it will just work out. You have to apply all the water materials by yourself. Okay, so that was a nice double team action on investigation with me and Dexterovsky. Thank you, man, for lending a helping hand. Now, to get back to the logic of how should river flow, kinda probably we should mimic real life, that hey, if I have a high point and then I have a depression point, I should detect this high point as a source of a river. I should detect some maybe point with the depression, the first point with the depression or whatever, create a shortest path to it that exists within PCG. It uses A-star algorithm for path finding. So we have high point here, low point here. It should create this path. I should be able to translate it into spline and hopefully put those points from spline into river, water body river. We will see how that will work out. So that would be the logic behind that. Let's maybe create another PCG for that. Graphs. That one was named I forgot how I named it. Depression detection, yes. Okay, so that one will be PCG river path detection. Yeah, and let's sculpt a little situation for ourselves to explore this possible workflow. Yeah, we'll sculpt like a high point in here with some spring water potentially, and we will create this depression in here. So the water possibly should flow. We can there possibly could be two rivers in here, right? Let's see if it will find how the river should flow from this point to this point in here. So we'll be getting the highest point and the lowest point out of all those points that will be in the PCG volume. Let's find that. River path detection. Let's type in 100, 400. Yeah. 500 and 350. It's too much. Yeah. And Z 500. Yeah, it should be tall enough. It's even way too tall, so maybe like 150. Yeah. Dexterovsky says, maybe you know, can we install non-compatible plugins without downloading compatible engine version? I want to update them myself after a purchase. Yeah, I get you. Like, I kind of get why they do have this impulse restriction. That once the new engine release shows up, the plugins that don't have the current aren't ported to the current version of engine are kind of disabled. The way that I worked around that is I always had like the past version. I was downloading it there, and And you know, using Windows Explorer or Total Commander, I was just copying the whole folder into the you know project that uses new engine version and turned that on, and if something didn't compile, I was fixing the compilation, right? That was the way, you know, I was doing it. But right now, I guess there's this whole new fab thing. I haven't looked at it. It's supposed to be this new marketplace. I saw on the Discord a lot of hate for that because the plugin creators weren't able to update stuff and there was like lots of problems with it. So I decided I'm not touching it for a hot second until I read on Unreal Source Discord that the plugin creators have an easier way of updating broken things, right? Oh, Dexterowski says, okay, so I must download the old version. I thought I can work around it somehow. Was I able? Right now I'm trying to remember, was I able to download the plugin for the new version even though it wasn't compatible? I guess there was like a way where I was adding a plugin to a project. The project was on the newer version of the engine and I just had to select there was like a selection version or something. I remember that I found a way of forcing it, but it only, for me, it only worked for content plugins. But when it was plugin that used some code, yeah, I was copying it from the old version and compiling it. Because then something was broken in such a way that I just couldn't fix it. It created so many linker errors for whatever reason that I decided that, you know, just copying it from the older version produced no problem with, you know, fixing compilation. It's kind of like if you were merging the, you know, code, so it was way easier in that sense. Although I wish we could have, as developers, some tool that, hey, yeah, give me the old plugin and I will do the merge through my choice of merging tool on my own, right? That would be perfect. But yeah, one workaround is to download the old version and copy the files over. And I remember that through this download window or adding plugin to a project, I was able to somehow force it. But I don't remember really how. And right now there's this fab thing that I haven't even logged into. But yeah. Yeah, so that is the logic. We wanna go from this high point, which is the highest one, and find the path towards this point. Create the spline. If we'll be able to detect that, we are halfway there, I think. So let's try that. And I made an error, of course, Rival path detection. What the fuck is Rival? I don't know. How did I pass final Matura exams in Polish schools? I don't know either, but I did. Making, you know, constant mistakes, etc. Okay, so first of all, once again, we are sampling the landscape. Sample surface sampler, yes. And I want to get the highest point out of these. And I forgot how you were doing it, really. Which node was used to find the point with the specific, that had the highest or lowest or specific value? I kind of forgot how you're supposed to do that. So I will remind myself. Match and set attributes? No. Was it just like min max or something like this? Min attribute maps, attribute reduce, min. No, it reduces the whole attribute. Okay, no. I want min. And here we have output data will be taken from the first spatial data by default. Or first spin if all attribute sets, if all are attribute sets. It can be overridden in the settings. Okay. But that's not exactly what I wanna do in here. Yeah, because my input will be, I guess, position dot z, but it always, you know, compares between the two. So how can I find the yeah. Yeah, position dot z. It's not what I wanted. I want to find the, yeah, I need a quick break. I need to go to a toilet for a second, so I'll be back in like a hot second. I'll be back soon. See you in a couple of minutes. I'm back. Hi, what's up? So, where was I? Ah, yes, I was trying to find the highest point and the lowest point. Yeah, minimum node wouldn't work because it just compares attributes between 2 points of the 2-point sets. It doesn't go through all of them to find this thing with the lowest position Z and with the highest position Z, right? I kind of don't remember if you can just do it by hand in here. Oh, there's sort data based on attribute. Huh? Position Z. Huh? So that might come in handy because then I can just take the first and the last one, right? Yeah, ascending order is great. Huh? It takes care of itself. Great. Now can I just get point? I actually want to get 1 point, the first point. Now that's a challenge. Can I just get a singular point? Like get entries count, there's generics, sort points, sort attributes, sort data based on attributes. That's great. Wait, it just creates the same. No, okay. They haven't played around. I mean, they haven't cleaned it up. Replace tags proxy. What is this? Huh. I'm not sure what proxy means. Oh yeah, filter data by index. I cannot just select, hey, I want the last one. Okay, so I can use this, but I also might need the count, the point count. No, that's not the data count. Is that the thing? No, because it counts the amount of data coming in, but it's good to know that such a thing exists. Get entries count. No. There has to be like a count. Data count. Get points count, of course. Huh. Yeah, so that way I can select indices. Get this and subtract. One, I guess. Create attribute. This will be minus. This will be 1, sorry, because I'm subtracting, of course. And this is my selected indice. Right? What the? Invalid expression is in parsed string. Wait, what? It is a string? And select indices? Okay. I wonder, can I create a string attribute, cast to string? Yeah. Can you cast it to string? And yeah. Can I just collect? What the? Here it is this, and here it is this, and suddenly here it is with 0, 0, 0, 0. Output type should be a string. I don't get it. Of course, it won't parse this. Such a simple operation in code, and now you have to recreate it in PCG. It's kind of like learning a new language. That's even different from a blueprint, right? I just want to select the first and the last indice. Can I just get that? And they put this as strings in here. What other string operations I have? Replace string, parse string. But I would have to input the 0.6. But okay, let's do this, whatever. Fuck it. Create attribute. Let's see if it will even work out. And it will be a string attribute. And it will have a value of 0.111. 3, 4, 5, 6. Dexterowski says, that's the reason I don't like blueprints and what I can do in C++ I am doing there. I am using BPs only for assigning values or cosmetics. Yeah, I do it the exact same way in my day-to-day work. And the only difference is gameplay abilities. Gameplay abilities I do in blueprints because that is actually way easier to compose than in code. But other things I also like to hide all the implementation details in C++ and only expose variables and soft pointers to cosmetic things, etc., etc. There used to be a workflow, especially in Unreal Engine 4, where even if some parts of the game were created in Blueprint, at the end of the project, during the shipping, programmers would sit down and translate everything from Blueprint into C++ code. I remember there used to be this plugin or something that was automatically translating blueprints into code. I talked with the guy that worked on that because he worked with me in Techland, but yeah, he used to work with me in Techland and he was working on it and he said that it was working. Then I met some people and they were saying like, yeah, it works in some capacities, but oftentimes it doesn't produce the best code that compiles, right? But yeah, that is the reason, because as you can see right now, such operation, yeah, create first and last indice of a set, it would be a trivial 2-second things. And right now I'm trying to figure out which node I'm supposed to use to get that. And it still doesn't work because it needs something to replace. Okay, create attribute, string. Dexterowski asks, and when they translated it into code, performance increased somehow? It depends. From what I heard, for example, translating some of the animation blueprints into code, some companies take the serious effort there because they can have big gains in there. Or there are cases where if you have really good blueprint literate designers that can really conceptualize gameplay mechanics in blueprints, and then you have this blueprint of a main character that is this huge and have so many functions, etc. And there's the whole hierarchy of subclasses for enemies, etc., etc. Translating them into C++ also sometimes introduce big gains. But oftentimes, if it is just, small function here, small function there, it wouldn't be noticeable. So sometimes they didn't bother if they saw like, oh yeah, there is this one blueprint actor, but the only thing that it is done in blueprint nodes is just one simple thing, right? Like 2 or 3 nodes for example, spawning Niagara particle, and that's it. Then they didn't bother with that. But the huge character blueprints and animation blueprints, sometimes certain companies like to translate into C++. Yeah, they see big gains, and there are like people, that's their whole responsibility of translating this into C++. So yeah, sometimes it can be a gain. I know that there is a discussion online that you should always do C++ thing because of performance gains, and there are people like, no, don't worry about it. And I remember there was this series when the guy titled it like, is code more performant than C++? And basically his takeaway was, if you are unsure, profile it with Unreal Insights. If it turns out that yes, C++ would be the way to go, then yeah, do it. But there are cases where people are looking at it and they're like, yeah, the effort spent on translating 3 nodes into C++ and like 400 blueprints is not worth it. Deksterowski says, animation blueprints into code, interesting. Yeah, because at least from what I know, if you have a company, like a bigger company, like AAA, AA, something like this, and you have animators that are able to, work out with blueprints, especially animation blueprints, then they can create such a huge character animation blueprints that in the virtual machine of those blueprints, so many calculations are being done all the fucking time. So translating that into C++ might give huge gain. For example, I'm not personally a big fan of animation blueprints because they often explode super quickly in such a way, and by explode I mean when you open it up and you look just at the nodes, it suddenly looks so huge and it's so hard to parse through that I always have been, how to say it the best, not flabbergasted, I was always extremely scared of going into such huge blueprints because I was like, fuck, if you change 2 nodes in there, the whole character will break and the flow of animation. It seems super complicated. So when they created motion matching plugin, I dove right deep into this, and when it will get to the finish line, for sure, I will be using it for third-person projects if I will have enough information, if I will have enough animation base. If not, then I still will be struggling with ABPs. But yeah, they quickly explode in volume. Terrified, yes, Barabbas, thank you. Thank you, Barabbas, terrified. That's the word I was searching for. And the funny thing is, someone might be thinking that it's because I'm speaking my native language. I couldn't find the word. No, in Polish I would also be sitting like, I don't know. I found out that because of constantly switching up between Polish and English, my speed of calling in a specific word in both languages dropped down. That's the word for extremely scared. Yeah, exactly. You're right. You're right. Yeah, maybe I should start applying for freestyle battles, because then I would get my ass kicked, but maybe I would feel the pressure to recall words quicker. Nah, not really. Okay, this simple thing still doesn't work. And the reason is... Okay, I'm outputting string 24922 and it tells me invalid expression in parsed string. Fuck you, PCG. Deksterowski says, often it is easier to find a word in English than Polish. Yeah, 100%. Barabbas, totally agree. Yes, I agree. It's funny because when I'm talking in Polish, sometimes it is way easier to find the English word. And vice versa. When I'm talking in English, I'm like, shit, I have the Polish word, but what was the English word? And all the combination of therefore. Barabas says, yo, 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 loading. That's an obscure reference. Yeah, on last Saturday, no, Friday, there was like this freestyle battle in Warsaw, and we were watching pay-per-view of this, and we were kind of making fun of the fact that when a rapper was thinking of a line, he was going yo, 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 and Barabas said that it is just basically a loading screen of loading the next freestyle line. I just want to attempt a simple operation in here, and right now I'm a little bit pissed off, to be honest, because in code it would take me 2 seconds to get the first and the last index and put it into filter. And I'm wasting my time right now on that, because right now if I just output it by hand, of course it would work, right? 24922 as the last one and the first one. 0, 24992. What the invalid expression? Does this node even work? How are you supposed to provide material in here? How are you supposed, what the? I press 0. Okay. I press 24992 alone. Mind is blown. It cannot parse. Did you try to replace period with comma? Yeah. I don't think I need to, because I'm just hand putting 24922. Ah, yeah. No. 24922, and it's still freaking wrong. What? Am I crazy? What is the last index of this shit? 24922. Yeah, exactly. What is your freaking problem? You know, you? Okay, 6. Can it parse anything that is 0? What? How are you supposed to? I give up. I don't know how to. How are you supposed to provide indices into this thing? And the helping doesn't really. It doesn't help me. It is saying here that it's supposed. If I type in anything other than 0, it just don't work. Only 0 works. And for some reason inside filter, Barabas says warning, stupid and offensive joke. Yeah, come on, bring it on. I won't ban you. I don't know how this auto modding tool will look at it, but you know, go ahead. I'm not sure if I will be able to be offended whatever you got to say. I don't work like that. I have no idea how you're supposed to input anything other than 0 in here. Invalid expression parse and string. 0, 1, no, 0, comma 1. 0, comma 1 works. Barabas says, my girlfriend is really irritating on her period. Did you try to replace period with comma? Where's my shotgun? I need to shoot my head off. Did you make it on the fly right now? Barabash, if you were freestyling this joke right now, you should have, you know, preceded with yo 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 yo. JD Husk W asks, could you help me with something in C++? Yeah, sure, shoot away. I'm here, Dexterovsky here is diving into C++. Sure, let's do it. But Barabash, that joke was A+, man. JD Husk W, shoot away with C++. I would love to have a function in here that would tell me how to input this freaking attribute type is f-string. Yeah, and then I put in numbers like 0.1 and it's still inside of the filter. It gives me everything. I have no idea how to use this. Filter element by index. Is this the same shit? Filter data by index, filter element by index. What is going on? I am just trying to understand how void functions. What is the difference between like an int function, etc., etc.? How does this work? So, just to make sure that I understand you correctly, you're talking about just what is the difference between, for example, having a function that is called, that is specified like get index, for example. Get index, right? And void, I don't know, calculate or process something. That's what you're asking for? Dexterovsky answers your question, really. Void functions do not return any value, object, etc. These are just clear instructions to execute. Yeah, exactly. Like this function. First is the return type of what this function will give to you in return. Get index will do some logic, hopefully just get index of something and give you as an integer. Void process something will not return you anything, and it will just invoke the function that will do some processing. JD Husk W says, I can see other comments for some reason. Ah, yes, because you're on Twitch and Dexterovsky is on YouTube. I have this restream chat in here that tries to combine all of these things, but I'm not sure how readable it is on my stream. But yeah, basically, both me and Dexterovsky are saying that this always gives you the return type, which means you can use it like, for example, int last index equals get index, and it means that this function called here will give you some index, and you can use it as an integer, right? Because it gives you an integer. Void process something only invokes this function. This function goes through its logic, processes something, but gives you nothing in return. If it would be float, get parameter, for example, it will be giving you, if you invoke it, it will be giving you in return a float variable with the value of 6, for example. Chat on stream should be a little bigger. Okay, let me see if I can do it on the fly. But it might reset the whole freaking thing. Let's see, I changed the scale and nothing happened. That's awesome. Or it did. Let me take a quick second. No, nothing happened. That's great. That's exactly how it's supposed to work. Chat settings. I am changing embed and stream. Oh yeah, here it is. Scale. This should work, possibly. But nothing really changed once again. I love LiveStream sometimes. And that's one of those moments. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. For the next stream, for sure, I will make it a little bit bigger if it is not readable right now. I'm really sorry. I can retype the message from Dexterovsky and to Twitch. Yeah. Yes, you can go to YouTube if you want. Let me quickly paste the link to the YouTube stream and maybe to the whole channel. I both have Twitch and YouTube. So don't you worry, that's where my VODs are going. Here's the link to my channel on YouTube. And for the next stream, I will for sure figure out the chat to be a little bit bigger. Because right now I am changing the settings. I have increased the scale, but for some reason it doesn't update. So yeah, that's the thing. So, did we answer your question, JD HuskW? About void and int functions, or should we like elaborate more, or maybe we didn't make it clear or something? Then I'll gladly try to explain it a little bit better. Dexterovsky says, maybe you need to copy the new link to OBS browser which displays your chat after changing the settings. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of, that I have to do it, but I remember because of how LiveStream works, I had some troubles with it, doing it on the fly, that the whole chat stream basically blows up. But I might try that. Stream chat, let me go in here. Refresh cache. And yeah, the whole chat reset it. Okay, whatever. But it should be bigger. A little bit. Darlene Mixon says, I understood. Okay, great. That's good. But I'm wondering if JD HuskW that asked the question is clear on that, or should we get back to this? While we're on that topic, there's another node of something that I could do in C++ in 2 seconds, and I'm struggling here. It's kind of funny if you think about that. Okay. Index selection attribute. Select indices by input. And output discarded elements. Okay. The index selection attribute, I want this to be index. Okay. And can I just type in 1? Put my thing in here, and does it work? It does work. So maybe without changing it to string, or maybe it is string, I'm not sure. But let's see if I can output like a couple of those. 2, 4, 2, 4, 9, 2, 2, and enter. Yeah, I think this node might be broken, or I have no idea how to input those indices. Here it looks correct. Now let's get back to business. Select indices by input. Index selection attribute, whatever. It could be the last one. because this is the filter. Selected indices. This one is just that. Let's see if it will work out. Not at all. Okay, should I just put this in? I'm going kind of crazy in here. I just want to take first and the last attribute. What the flying fuck? I mean, first and the last point. Is it that hard? It turns out, yes, it is. Going to the whole water plugin was quicker than this. So neither of those things do work. But if I create like the attribute in here and just put it in here, it still doesn't work. Those select indices even work. Force regeneration, whatever, blah blah, no. To hell with it. I just wanted to take the first and the last point. Filter elements by index, point filter, random choice, self-pruning. Yeah, but here I could work around this, but I don't like that. I could work around by, hey, yeah, let's get the point count. There has to be some way of just getting this. Get entries count, gather blah blah blah, generic, apply an object. Right now I am so frustrated about this stuff. Attribute noise, partition, remap, rename, select, break. From point index, that's great. No transfer attributes, merge attributes. None of this stuff is what I want. Get attribute by point index. Basically, what I'm right now failing to grasp is point operations, collapse, cluster. No. These are spatial things, so also known, spawner and loop grabs, etc, etc. Okay. No, point filter is just attribute filter. What I'm failing to grasp is how to select those indices in here. Because the landscape will change, the amount of points will change, so I cannot just hand input those things. Yeah, but when I do this, it works. It selects the two things. This is selected indices. Type, attribute set, subtype, attribute set. Attribute type is f-string, and its exact name is selected indices. So it should be able to parse that. Although maybe it has to be done, it just occurred to me, string value this, then append string, Append this, so it should be something like this, because that's what I exactly input. And then comma. Oh my god, it is kind of annoying, but whatever. Then comma. What is this value? It is this. And in all actuality, I wanted to put 0 at the beginning. So the first attribute always, yes. Then oh my god. Dexterowski asks, do you plan making some game on stream after figure out engine features? Yeah. I right now have another series that right now was put on pause a little bit because I wanted to delve deep a little bit into PCG. But this whole series is concentrated on the design elements because, you know, on the day-to-day basis I work just as a gameplay programmer. And I realized that, okay, I code gameplay, but I don't design gameplay, and I wanted to learn more about that. So I am creating in this series a video game. I created a video game context for me, where the game is supposed to be a little bit arcadey, puzzle solving or platforming or whatever. When you are shooting arrows and you have different arrow types, world reacts to arrows differently, etc. And I'm figuring out from there. In all actuality, I think my next stream probably will be concentrated on that. I will get back to it. And the plan is to go from like the simplest mechanic implementation prototypes to more complicated stuff all the time. And the stream is supposed to the stream series is supposed to probably finish with Barabash, who was on here on stream, joining me and reviewing the game prototype for that. And after that we will see what will happen. But yeah, there I had already a couple of votes dedicated to that, and for sure I want to go create this like playable prototype that will have ugly placeholder graphics, but it's supposed to, you know, feel fun to play. And if it will look promising, you know, I might dedicate stream time to, you know, figuring out how to put non-placeholder graphics in there, create more levels, etc., etc. So exactly that is the plan, to stream all of that. Last time I finished on, from what I remember, making something that I call toy box, when I have base mechanics of shooting bow locked down and what I want from them. And I was creating different arrow types and different elements at which you could shoot, the goal of the game, etc., etc. And the funniest thing that I did there was the ability to use yourself as an arrow. It sounds weird, but it was supposed to be just an experiment, but it will be the main mode of transportation in the game. When you are aiming, drawing your bow, shooting, and instead of just arrow shooting, it is you yourself flying away and kinda landing in some spot. If you watch Dragon Ball, there was the character there, Tao Pai Pai, that was kinda cutting down trees, sending the logs flying in the air and jumping on that. So it's kinda similar to this thing. So lots of weird different features used there. And for example, I had VOD on chaos fracturing because I wanted to introduce that as a gameplay mechanics, because in the game you were supposed to, because it's more of an arcade game, supposed to collect stars. But why collect stars when you can break things? So the goal of the game would be to find something that is piñata-like and destroy it. And I needed fracturing so it could explode in a cool way, right? I will most probably using the PCG to spawn details around the world, right? To create little tools so you won't have to, I won't have to, you know, spawn things by hand. Instead, just create a couple of tools and use that to spawn cosmetic details here and there. etc., etc. So that is exactly the plan. Will this game be released in each year or whatever? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I will be finishing this game. You know, when you look at all the games that are being made, the odds are completely against me, but we'll see. We'll see. It will depend on Baraba's review. If he will play and he will say like, well, it sucked because it's a prototype and, you know, everything looks ugly, etc. But I had fun shooting, then yeah, I got something there. But if the review would be, not only it looks bad, it sounds bad, but it plays bad, I didn't have a single moment of joy, then it means getting back to, you know, drawing board and figuring out why it was frustrating. And I might also feature other friends reviewing it. I talked with one of my other friends and he was keen on joining in on the fun, so we'll see. But it will be a fun stream to stream review and asking my friends to be as honest and brutal as possible. Okay, I have this, and then I need to append another string. Oh my god, this is so annoying, but whatever. Yeah, it is exactly what I need. Okay, okay. So, will this work? Yes! After fucking 25 minutes of trying to figure out how to get the first and last element of the array really in PCG, we got this. Oh my god, but I'll be honest. In my professional work, when I use PCG, the proportion of figuring out the stupid shit to figuring out like the complex shit was exactly the same. 20% time spent on figuring out, you know, actual spawning, the logic of how it should spawn, detecting, I don't know, steepness or whatever, putting height to density, filtering gameplay elements, etc., etc. 20% of the time. 80% of the time, it was exact bullshit like this. But in my professional work, I just turned on sometimes C++ and I was like, fuck it, I will just create a quick node for PCG in C++ and it was faster than figuring out that way. But here I'm forcing it myself to figuring out that way because I know not everyone uses C++ and I want this to, you know, be usable by everyone. So yeah, the exact same proportions I have in my professional work. Dexterovsky says, nice, sounds cool. Is it gonna be single player? And I suppose based on past streams you will use mover as character movement? Actually, I always envisioned this prototype as being a co-op. 2 players playing together. I haven't figured out the puzzle or arcade setup in which way I could make people, in which I can encourage the cooperation so they will, you know, figure out the puzzles together. That is still in front of me to learn, to think through, etc., etc. But the idea is for it to be co-op. At least 2 players, at least. Because when you have a game and you have a co-op in that, it's always fun to be able to have that as an option, even if you don't use it, right? And also, it is a fun challenge as a developer to always think about multiplayer. And from code perspective, it forces you to think about your code more. Mover as a character movement? Most probably. Right now I am using for regular movement of the main character just, you know, a regular first person template pawn, right? But for enemies and for other projectiles or things that will be moving, there is super high chance that I will be using mover plugin for that. I want to delve deeper in this. I'm not sure if I will be figuring out the movement for the FPP character with mover component, but maybe, why not? Dedicate stream or 2 to, you know, swapping. Okay, I had this whole character set up with this, let's switch to a mover component. Yeah, maybe. And Dexterovsky asks, how did GameDev through your main job not get boring for you? Ah, yeah, I understand. The question, how did GameDev through your main job not get boring to you? I am not sure. I always find it exciting. Besides, there's a difference between like right now working on something that I decide what's going on, right? I decide what will be on the scene, what will be the logic of setting up this PCG scene. In the bow and arrow game, I decide what is the goal of this game, what will not be a goal in this game, what mechanics are going in. I prototype everything, so I am a decision maker. At the main job, I am decision maker when it comes to like implementation details, right? I can discuss with designers what I think about the ideas, etc. But the big picture stuff, I don't really get to decide at all, right? I can give my feedback, it might be taken into the account, but if there's a business goal or a design goal, I kind of have to abide by that. I can, you know, bitch and moan, but, you know, in the end, I have to implement what I'm being asked for, unless, you know, it's physically impossible, because these kind of requests also happen. And I guess that's the distinction that makes game dev not boring for me, even though it is my main job. In my main job, I use C++ mostly, and I'm doing requests and tasks, and I only get limited amount of decision making. Here, I get all the decision making. So I feel like other parts of my brain are being invoked in order to work on that thing that we're doing here. And also the other thing is, in my day job, I only do C++ code, maybe light blueprint work on abilities, and that's it. Here on the streams, so far, I haven't really done things in the same capacity that I do at my work, and I purposefully choose topics that I don't do at my work in order to, you know, get more experience and learn things that my friends from other departments are doing and thinking in their way. So even though it is still game development, but a completely different part of game development. So it's still all exciting to me because I still have lots of shit to learn. Like, for example, how to get the first and the last thing from the array in PCG. It's such a stupid thing, but you know, things like that, you know, are happening. Or for example, like on the last stream, RVT. I'm not the one in the loop of how RVT is used in the project that I work for in my day job. Here, I got to learn and decide how I use it on my own, right? Dexterovsky says, cool, my project is also co-op, so it sounds like a lot of things to learn with you. Yeah, I, you know, invite you to the future streams when I will be working out this co-op thing. There's a lot to be, you know, considered there, especially as all of my arrows are projectile based. And I did already some light projectile work with the co-op in like a past job. And there are some problems when it comes to lag compensation. How are you taking all of that into the account? There is no right way of doing this. It's only like, okay, for my specific game, what is least annoying thing for the lag compensation? So yeah, thank you. And I invite you to, you know, future streams. Dexterovsky says, and I also want to rewrite my CMC to mover, and this is how I found your channel. Oh, nice. Yeah, I am not a big fan of character movement component, as if you watch my VODs, you know, you can see it, that I'm not a fan. And mover component sounds like a way more clear and ordered way of creation of a character movement. So yeah, if this will ship to 1.0, the mover component, and will get out of experimental version, or at least get into such point that it can be shippable, I will be advocating for it in every future project I will be working on, for sure, because I just don't like character movement component. And it can only work on characters. You cannot use the same, you cannot reuse the code for projectile. No, it has to be projectile component. You cannot use it for weird arcade enemy that is flying. You have to create your own component constantly. So I'm glad that you found me that way. My strategy is working. Let's see if my strategy is working in here. Because for sure I won't be able, I only have like the 30 minutes left of stream for today. So I won't be able to spawn all of that stuff on my main scene, but maybe at least I will be able to figure out the river workflow. Leksterovsky says, okay, I got it. Thanks for answering. No problem, man. Also, one thing that helped me not get bored of development is when I switched from AAA to indie development. Because in AAA, as a programmer, I was mostly tasked to spend years of my life only on a small singular feature. And in indie, you kind of have to switch hats constantly. So you jump from feature to feature to feature, and it makes it, you know, exciting. Kind of as if you were a sportsman, but instead of constantly playing soccer or football, as we should call it in Europe, instead of constantly playing football, every week you were playing a different sport. It gets exciting. It cannot get boring like that on the indie side of things. Okay, so I got those 2 points. And now the beauty of that is there is this pathfinding new node. And I can just input my points in here. Or should I say my whole surface, right? And I can start location attribute. Get it from here. Get attribute from point index. That's exactly what I want. And I want position dot z and hook it up to start location at no, that will be the finish. We are going to what is the name of this? Goal. Yeah, goal. This is our goal, and we are starting from this, and here we are going like this, and it should be just start. And let's see if input start is correct. No, it's not correct because I put in position.z and it should be this. Now we got something. Input start, yes, it is a proper vector. And that is a proper vector. Correct. Now we got pathfinding. And if we were to debug it, we will see that it found a way from the highest point to our lake. So in theory, we have a spline that we could use to procedurally spawn river. Let's see if we can achieve that, because the lake workflow, yeah, maybe something could be done there, but the problem was clustering. The algorithms implemented here, you have to know how many classes do you want. Upfront. So you need to know how many lakes you have on your level, etc. It's not really procedural. So probably clustering should invoke probably even more aggressive algorithm. I remember I had something in university about clustering and heuristics connected to that, so I would have to dig through my notes or something. But because of that reason, I wouldn't go with the PCG water plugin for lakes. Unless you really want to do it semi-procedurally, then of course, be my guest. But here with the rivers, there is a chance that we could always detect the highest point, smallest point, and go with it. I wonder though how we could do for a couple of rivers, because right now we could only work with one singular river. But maybe there is a way of doing it. Dexterovsky says, I didn't look into PCG earlier. It looks awesome. It is awesome. Let me tell you, it's been a life saver for me. At work, I had to come up with the system to dynamically, when the game tells me in the runtime of a game, spawn resources across the huge map. And there was very specific logic or where it should spawn. It should never spawn on a building. It should never spawn on this specific rock. It should never do this. It should spawn in this kind of pattern, triangle pattern or whatever. And I was like, oh my god, coding it from scratch in C++, it seemed like, you know, a year of work, maybe even more, right? To basically create my own bootleg ugly version of PCG. But then Epic came out of nowhere with, hey, we have this thing when you get to sample a landscape and a single node, and then you can do something with this information. And I could implement the first prototype in like 2 days. And there's lots of resources from the guys that are actually coding this on the Epic side of things. There's this guy called Adrian Logut on YouTube. He, with almost every engine version, he provides insight about new features created there. They also have their own examples. Most of them are concentrated on artist or tech artist side of things, but I used it in gameplay capacity. I know that they use it in gameplay capacity for Lego Fortnite. So, you know, if you treat it just as a amazing sampler of a world around you, you can do a lot of stuff with it. Like right now, I just found the path from the highest mountain to the lake. You can pretty much imagine what you could do with pathfinding, right? Procedurally generate roads for AIs to travel around and patrol the open world area or whatever. Like really, I would say sky is the limit, but that's not true because the engine is the limit, but you can really get creative with that. I really do recommend PCG. Okay, so we have the spline data. This is a polyline data. Can I turn it into spline? It is already a spline. Okay. So now, how can I transfer this information to river water actor? Because if I type in here, we can sample the water spline data that is already on the level. But I want to do it vice versa, in reverse. Dexterovsky says, so we need to wait for Minecraft on Unreal Engine 5 with voxels maybe. Yeah, I was thinking about buying voxel plugin from these guys and hook it up with PCG because I know they quickly implemented, you know, interoperation between those two things and see what I could do with it. But it's probably for somewhere in the next year for me to test out because I really want to get back to this game design challenge. Okay, let's spawn spline mesh, dynamic mesh, spawn mesh. Damn, I can't spawn spline component. Let me quickly check one thing. Once again, water body river, right? That is crazy what happened here. Yeah, basically it would be a cool project to connect PCG with voxel plugins and its planet creating capabilities. So you could dig into the planet and things could start dynamically spawning inside of caves that you created after, you know, some water gets in, and like you could create really nice simulation rules, put player on there and let it simulate, right? it would be a nice project. If I had all the money in the world, I would probably drop my day job and just stream all day, every day, doing such crazy things. That would be awesome. But, you know, I don't come from money. Not at all. Okay, so this spline points. There's a spline component. I'm wondering if I could spawn a spline component and dynamically from PCG attach it to water body river and make it use the exact spline that I selected. Can I select a spline, a different spline in here? No, not really. I'm wondering how could I, because clearly I can go through the spline points here, water body, only water, blah blah blah. I'm not sure how I can get this information into spawned water body river. But for sure we see that we do have this. Okay, let's just, you know, spawn the actor. Or spline component or spline mesh. Let's start with the actor. Let's put in, although I'm pretty sure it won't work out. Water, body, river. I need a point for that, not... Okay, so how about we output the point? Just this point, just this one singular point as the beginning of the water. What will happen? What is going on? What is it doing? Oh my god, we created an infinite loop. It cannot work like this. I forgot. River, water, body, river changes the terrain. So when it detected the highest terrain point, it automatically edited it. Edited the landscape. Then, editing the landscape triggered the cache of, hey, landscape cache has been changed. So PCG, run once again, detected a new highest point. And because of that, new spawn water actor, I need to hook it up, got spawned. Wow! So you cannot use it like this. It's funny, the takeaway from the stream will be, yeah, water and PCG don't come together as well. I hope people on YouTube searching for VODs won't be angry that the takeaway is, yeah, there is no workflow to be found there. Or maybe we can... No, we can't, because affects... The only way we could do it probably is if I allow template actor change and affect landscape. I have to turn off affecting landscape if it is possible. It is in the main thing in the water. No, where is it? It is in terrain, right? In terrain, here, affect landscape. No. And how about now? Something absolutely crazy has happened. It spawned a small water actor on each and every PCG create a point. That is beautiful. Okay, but how is it possible when I output only one? Ah, yeah, of course, it is messed up because I hooked the wrong point in here. I wanted this. Nice rivers, Dekterowski says. Yeah, that's a beautiful river. Okay, I spawned somewhat of a river. Of course, it doesn't have water materials, etc., but it doesn't matter for now. I just wanted to go along the spline. Can I somehow pass after I spawn this actor? Can I introduce some spline in here? Spline component points. In theory, I see. Clean spline, create surface from spline, get spline data, get water spline data, spline direction. Okay, it spawns spline component. Let's see what this will look like. Let's turn off debug and here. Let's turn debug and off in here. We spawned some spline, but it is just a spline component on its own going along. Post-process function on the target actor. So I think I would have to create like subclass my water body river, turn off the landscape affecting, and create a function that I could call that would be able to get my points and set the whole water spline from there. Or I could just, spawn spline mesh. What is this mesh from here? Or from here? Water body mesh. Oh, it doesn't have water mesh material override. So no, I cannot do it like this. I was thinking that maybe I could, spawn spline mesh and just put those water materials on it. But it doesn't really work that way. Because spline mesh is very specific. But what if I just, for the shits and giggles, use that? Oh, there is river mesh. How does river mesh look like? Ah, beautiful. I'm not really sure how that works. But it has triangles and world grid materials. I can just, use wireframe. And still see nothing. Okay, I accept that. Let's use this river mesh. I just want to experiment and see how it will look like? It will look like absolutely nothing. Great. Ah, okay. I used water plane from water plugin and added water material on it, and it started to look like something. But it doesn't look that beautiful. Without all this, you know, like automatic landscape terrain stuff, it doesn't look that well. So you might as well not use the water plugin to create such river. And just use the spline mesh and that's it. And it still did it in a weird way, but we can tweak. Okay, let's just use distance. Okay. Yeah, let's use path tracing. Yeah, but then some ugly stuff happens here. Okay, that's not really a way to go on this stuff. Let's try to create our own body water blueprint actor. Yeah, like Stadowski says, I think the most simple workaround is, as you said, just expose properties and override spline components. Yeah, exactly, that's what I will try to attempt, although I'm not sure how I can put the data from PCG inside my new spawned actor. That's still something I haven't really done. So we'll figure out. Let's create like a new blueprint class, all classes, body, water, body, water body river, BP, water body river, PCG, let's call it. Yeah, it is like that. I want not to edit the landscape. It won't affect landscape ever. And my spline component, turn that shit off. Can I just apply? And another thing, I can already click all my materials on that. So that's a plus. Yeah, here it is. River to lake transition, blah blah. River to ocean transition, water material, underwater post-processing, yeah, we can use that. Water info material we have. Water mesh override, no, and water static mesh material, yes. Yeah, great, and it should not render in viewport. Add points. Add spline points. That's exactly what I... Not points, singular. Add spline. Huh? Why it spawned another one of these? Okay. Okay, it requires array of points. Yeah, let's create custom event. Update spline points. Spline point structure. I want this to be an array and spline points. And it should be something like this, but now to figure out how can I pass these points from PCG and how to turn the polyline data into structure of spline points. This will be interesting. But basically, here we have BP. What the hell? Ah, yeah, that's where I searched it, of course. BP water muddy river PCG. So I didn't use shortcut for copying properties. Shift right mouse button copy, shift left mouse button on category and paste. Brain fart. That's the reason. Just pure brain fart. Sometimes I'm forgetting about certain shortcuts. Just that. Ain't nothing more to it. I wonder. I don't need to call that function really. I could override this parameter and put but there is a problem. Let's look at this. Let's analyze the spline data, shall we? We have these positions, etc. I'm not really sure how to translate this polyline data into eventual override. Do I have something like polyline data in here? Blah blah. Polyline. There is. Okay. And what I can do with it? Can I translate it into spline? PCG spline data. Okay. And as PCG spline data, can I just get spline to point data with context? That's not what I want. But this is PCG point structure and I want spline point structure. Now we need to figure out that stuff. I could probably, do it with C++, way easier, to just create a node that would translate this. That works like that. Okay. Override. But can I call a function and have data passed in that function or an event? I'm not sure. No, I cannot, because I cannot select anything in here. Okay. So the way I would go about it right now, if I didn't have the last 5 minutes of this stream, it would be I would probably be trying to find out how to translate this data, polyline data, Maybe I can do something with it. To point data. Yeah, I can change it into point data. Spline to segment. Huh, I wonder how that works. It doesn't. Here are all the points, and here it doesn't create an attribute. Cool. I was hoping that maybe it would automatically translate it into some kind of data, but it doesn't. Yeah, so if I were to go about it for the future, I would try to find a way, maybe when get water, there's this get water spline data. I would probably look into the code of that and try to reverse the operation. Yeah, because what we need to do right now is to pass our path that we created from the top of the mountain. Let's turn the debug on so we could see it. From the top of the mountain to the bottom of the lake, right? We have this as our polyline. We can turn it into regular points, whatever. It doesn't really change things because it's still the same point data, but then I don't really have a way, or I don't know a way of how to spawn this actor and then pass data to this actor. So I would probably figure out a way how to transform. I would probably need to have a C++ node for that, how to translate this data and create an array of spline points, and then I would just override the specific variable with this attribute. And not only I would turn all of my path, my spline data, into an array of spline points, I would also need to turn them into an attribute. Yeah, this is a missing link. Let me create a comment for that quickly. Or BP, although I'll be honest, I was trying to learn how to create blueprint PCG nodes and it was hell for me. C++ node creation is, for me, way easier. Way easier. That translates polyline data into attribute that could be overridden, be used for overriding. And the second point, use attribute for overriding variable of spline points. Although I'm not sure if custom attribute will accept that as a variable. No, not really. As we can see, it can accept integer, vector, vector. So I would have to actually translate it into a string, override it on the actor side of things, and then after it is being edited, I would have to invoke parsing through the string and recreating the polyline. I'm not sure I like this. So I will have to do maybe some research about how to pass data to the generated actors. Not just call functions, not just override attributes. I just want to invoke a function with the specific data. That would be awesome. Yeah. So here is where we landed with PCG and water lake workflow that I was hoping that, you know, that would work out, might work out if I create custom cluster algorithm. Then it is viable. If I won't have to, I don't remember if there exists a clustering algorithm where you don't have to specify how many clusters you want up front. Or find some other way of grouping these points together. Yeah. And yeah, maybe right now I just figured out maybe there might be another way of detecting lake, like find the lowest point, then in the radius try to find the point that goes to the 0 and take all those points and treat them as, you know, one singular point. Maybe there is another way of finding out where the lakes are, but you need to put that missing link there. When it comes to the water workflow, you can quickly create, if you know the trick for this parsing of string in order to get the first and the last element by index, you can quickly create the path from the mountain to the bottom of the lake. And then we have to figure out how to put that data into our water body river. Or maybe how to spawn a spline component and then have our water body river find it and attach the spline component to itself and use that. Or get points from that or whatever. We need to figure out that missing link. Dexterovsky says, and that should be a lesson for everyone who wants to learn Unreal Engine 5. You must know at least C++ basics. This is what I learned too. Yes, I 100% agree. Going at it with just blueprints, you can do some stuff, but then you hit a brick wall. If I didn't know C++ right now here, that would be a brick wall and I wouldn't be able to overcome that. But with C++, I am quite certain that I can find a brute force. For example, one of the brute forces I could do is fuck all that, let me create my own spawner that will be water body river spawner, and it will take this polyline, spawn water body river, and put those points immediately into this water body river, and that's done. I wanted to find more generic way, but if I wouldn't find this, I could just create my own spawner. I already did this a couple of times. I even did like mass entity spawner from PCG, so I wholeheartedly agree with Dexterovsky. That's a good lesson that C++ allows you to overcome some brick walls that blueprints won't let you do. Or it will be super painful to do. And still not shippable for the final game. So, what time is it? Ah yes, it's time for me to finish this stream today. It was awesome having you here. The takeaway from Water and PCG is lots of work to make it work, actually. Water plugin on its own seems fine but a little bit buggy. PCG, of course, is its own thing. Combining those two together, you need to implement the missing links here. There is water interoperation plugin, but it's only for sampling what is already hand placed on the level, and that's not a procedural generation that I want. Dexterowski says, do I see correctly that you have Half-Life, best game ever made t-shirt? Of course, my man! Of course, one of my favorite t-shirts, one of my favorite game series. I watched the documentary from NoClip, really, even though it was released on Valve, we all know it was from NoClip. And I watched all of their documentaries about Half-Life, etc. Exactly right. I rep Half-Life hard. That's a real game changer. I wish Valve put Source 2 engine to such level that it could compete with Unreal Engine, not in the department of graphics, but in the department of accessibility, right? That would be awesome. I would love to have some Source 2 streams. I know that you can do something there, but or at least for the Source 1, but you know, it's not like everyone can pick up Source 2 and just start making games. I think so. Maybe there is something to consider for the future, but yeah. Half-Life, 100%. One of the best, if not the best game series ever. I rep that hard. So, with that positive, let's finish this stream up. I hope you have a nice Sunday. You'll be able to chill out, rest well, eat well. And I'll see you next time on the Angry Joe Show. No, I'll see you next time, next Sunday at the exact same hour, and 10:30 to 2:30 Warsaw time. And I think I will be coming back to the design stream. I might follow back on this if I will have time to, you know, investigate maybe something offline. If not, I will just jump straight into game prototyping. It should be fun and funny. So, see you guys around. It was nice having you here. Dexterowski says, thank you for your time. See you next time. See you, man. And he says, yeah, I wish Valve made Source 2 more available with more nowadays features. And that is the reason I choose Unreal Engine 5. Me too, man. Me too. I would love Source 2 and play with it. Okay, bye-bye, have a nice Sunday. Thank you, Dexterowski, thank you, Barabash, if you are here, and thank everyone who visited.